right, thanks for tuning in, everybody that's out there watching right now. We just got underway. We only had 46 entries today, a little less than what I thought we might end up with, and I had a little help here for the tournament today, so I thought as long as I had a few extra minutes, I'd jump on the mic and let everyone that is watching so far kind of know where we're at. So again, 46 bowlers today. These guys and gals are bowling on the 2019 PBA Marshall Holman pattern. So that is a 41-foot pattern, but it does have about 30 mils, 30.3 to be exact, milliliters. So a fair amount of volume, one of the most, our largest volume patterns, I guess, really, that you can kind of find right now without having somebody make you a pattern. So I did that because they hook a lot here at Bogarts. The panels have a lot of friction to them, and so everything hooks a bunch. So I tried to find something that was a little shorter at 41 feet, not super short, but on the shorter side, or medium at best, and a lot of volume. Try and keep everybody staying right as much as we could, as long as we could, but they've already migrated in a little bit on the fresh with crisp back ends, and so it'll be interesting. There is no re-oil today, so we're going to keep going as is. Qualifying pins are going to carry over into the match play as well, and so no surface changes are allowed or anything like that once we've started here now. Get a look there. That's Nevin Brady on the left lane, Dan Goldstein, as you can see, on the right lane. That 19 and 20 also has Aaron Novak and Chad Nelson on it. When the cameras switch over, 21 and 22, you've got William Jones, Mike Week, Brandon Hanson, and Jonathan Brown all bowling. So we will be taking the top 14 today into the match play, and we'll be cashing the top 15 bowlers. So 14 into match play, that's a 6-game luck of the draw. There will be a 5-person stepladder finals that takes place after that, and we will cash the top 15 bowlers today. Looks like there's a fair amount of seniors in the field as well, so depending on how they fare, we may have a senior casher or two that spot that might be available as well. All right, I'm going to get some more work done for the tournament. I just thought I'd jump on right away, let those be listening early on know what we're bowling on, what the numbers look like, and what we'll be taking into the cut for match play. Hang with us.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're coming to you live from Bogart's Entertainment Center in Apple Valley, Minnesota, where we're having, right now you're watching people bowl the match play portion of our CBA tournament. I am here with Tournament Director Jason Hansen.
Hi there.
And just got done bowling 8 games of qualifying. We got a sheet right here. To tell you, this was the Marshall Holman 41-foot pattern. And this lane surface hooks a little bit to start with, a little more maybe than normal.
Or a lot.
And the first couple of games, the ball's hard to get down the lane, and then of course it wouldn't settle in the pocket. But then they got set up a little bit. I don't know if that was using your lane for a while. Helped it a little bit. I don't really know.
I just think that's a lot of volume, and I think it finally carried down. So I think it looked to me like there still was a bunch of friction up front, but then you couldn't get it to finish as much, so it was able to tighten up.
And that's exactly what happened. And then, of course, I went backwards the last couple of games because I couldn't get the ball down the lane. And as Norm Duke said one time, this is only like a month ago, him and his diminishing skills can't keep up with the young guys on tour. Well, I resemble that remark. Me and my diminishing skills can't keep up with these young guys. But I was able to sneak out a senior caster thanks to having 9 senior bowlers.
Yeah, that was good to see that turn out. Yeah, 48 or 46 overall. 46. So not a terrible turnout.
No, and this is the starting yet?
Yep.
Like they're just starting the match. The leading qualifier after the 8 games of qualifying, other than Chad Nelson, and I like this. What do you call it? The bottom
little
line.
scrolling ticker.
Oh, how nice is that? They call that the bottom line in ESPN.
Oh,
what do we call that?
That's the
bottom line.
The bottom line.
This is on, what would you call this? JH Entertainment?
Ooh, that's not bad, sure.
JH Entertainment.
We'll work on that.
But that doesn't tell you how they got it. Like
No.
Whatever. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of synopsis on that. How some people
Good
started.
word, too. Synopsis.
Oh, yeah.
I like that word.
I'm learning. I took a class.
I like it.
Back in high school, but I took a class.
You're remembering.
Yes. But Chad Nelson, I crossed him one game today, and he talked about, I'm just going to hang around, and then I'll find it. And he goes, Game 6, 220, Game 7, 260, and he was your leading qualifier. And then Brady Stearns, who was just kind of struggling until after Game 5, he's 230, 270. Those guys just know something or can do stuff that a lot of us can't. Well, I'm talking about myself. They just
Switch flippers.
Yeah, they just know what they need. They hang around. Don't get upset about anything. It's just stay patient. It'll always come to you.
Yeah.
A couple other people. I bowled with a kid named Ryan Swiderski today, and he started out really good. He had 150 Game 3, but he never got upset. He asked a lot of questions, kept changing bowling balls and turning around, and he ended up 34 over, making his first cut.
Yeah,
which was really good to see.
It is.
I'm not sure about Tanner Tinda. I think he's made a cut.
Oh yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Eric Egan, another young bowler. He might have made a cut before,
I think he has.
Yeah, it's only been 1 or 2.
It could have been a master's.
And then Cody Larson made the cut in 14th place. All these young guys. William Jones, another one, is back from college. He made the cut, 13th place. Andy Gruber, I'm not sure if he's made the cut or not before. He bowled well today. And then Greg Strike, who's taken quite a bit of time off, had some wrist issues. He came back and made the cut today. That was Greg Strike I was just talking about.
Yeah, good to see him back.
Yeah, Dan Bach, who hasn't bowled a lot here because he's working too much down there at the Walmart in Owatonna. But he didn't work last night, so he had some good sleep. He came up here and snuck in, finished 200, 220 the last week for being plus 16 to make the cut. So it was a good thing by all. I don't know if you have Brandon Hansen, who was our 15th and final caster, but that's on the bottom line. I don't know. That was 18 under.
Not on the bottom line.
And then the senior casters, Dave Ullman shot 240 Game 8 to get to minus 27 for the first senior caster. And yours truly had 150 Game 8 to get the second senior caster. Guess I only needed, just enough. And then Erin Novak, who I crossed once today too, was the female caster at 54 under. She bowled pretty well all day.
Yeah. Yep.
good to have you back, Jason. We haven't been on for a while. You're busy
Yeah.
up at the bowling center in Southway.
Yeah, it was the team challenge. I don't know if we did even any streaming. I think it was really kind of hard to get that set up because I was
No, we did
bowling
for
in
the
it.
team challenge.
Did we do
We
two?
did.
Okay.
I remember,
So then it was
why
just.
I remember? I'll tell you why I remember. There was a team that bowled
yeah.
team, and they had a couple of 2 or 3 crossovers
Yeah.
in crucial times to win that. And I don't know why I remember that. It's in the back of my mind.
I do remember us talking though. Yeah.
Like Jay said, if that team, if they would have thrown 3 more shots, we would have won.
Yeah.
He threw them back after crossover.
Right.
Anyway, yes, we did do the right
We did.
thing.
Yeah. So then it was just the year end that we missed.
Correct.
It's 1 month away. Seems like a decade.
It does, yeah. So we're glad to be back. Show you some good bowling here at Al Loth and Scott Keckler's Bogarts Entertainment Center in Apple Valley.
Nice upgrades they've done too over the last few years. This is all seating is new the last 2 years. They had it last year when we were here, but a lot of new TVs up on the wall and stuff for advertisement and that. They've done some stuff here. It's nice to see.
I like the space age volume covers.
Yeah.
They're far enough back where kids.
No, there's too many people on it, and there's no internet, and I ran into that earlier. But now it looks like my phone's a little better now. I was wondering if I was, but I think it's okay now.
Okay, we're back on. Trying to get this figured out. We're running off of Jason's phone.
Yeah, we have to do that a lot of months.
Yeah,
the
right,
green light good.
So we're good. All right.
Yeah,
As long as your phone doesn't run out of battery or anything.
it's plugged in, so we should be doing good.
It's way back there.
Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah,
Technology.
right.
I was at home last night after once the end of the game. I actually didn't see the bottom of the ninth and the internet went out. I'm going, I have no TV. I have no computer. What am I going to do? So, we did put a DVD in of Blazing Saddles.
Oh no,
So we
that's
watched
good.
Blazing Saddles last night.
Classic.
God, I can watch TV. Watch something on TV, but not the internet.
Yep.
If I would have more time, I would have watched Young Frankenstein too. That would actually have been better.
I like both. Yes.
Yeah, they were both.
So younger whippersnappers though would have said, "Well, Tom, why didn't you pull up the app on your phone and cast it to your
I could have
TV?"
done that.
Then you could have still.
You know, it really didn't matter that much, I guess.
There you go. And that's my reply to them too, and they're like, "Well, why don't you just?" And I'm like, "I guess I didn't care."
I was watching the top of the night. We scored, I believe, 4 runs, maybe 5 runs top night. We'll go ahead 9-2. And of course, I just have the app on my phone and watch that. So I did watch the bottom of the ninth on my phone. But it didn't matter to have to watch anything else.
I do that once in a while with golf. I will, if you can't find golf anywhere but these apps, and then because the apps are so specific as to what TV brand will carry what apps, so then a lot of times I'll stream it from my phone to the TV. But I'm like you other times, that's too much work.
Although it was getting late at night, I had to get up and at like 7 o'clock to come down here to bowl this morning after bowling the MSC all day yesterday.
Oh yeah, you got comments.
Terry Marie Schroeder just came down to watch me bowl, longtime friend, original member of our local bowling team, and haven't seen him for a while. Sam Nelson carrying out the 5-pin over there on 19, if you saw that. 5 pins to the right.
It was,
Weber style.
yeah, it was a delayed one. I did see Briley Howe leave the coveted Lily on 24 today. Yep.
Hey, Dave Olenek is watching. Holy, you just missed
Holy.
Terry Schroeder, and he just left a little bit ago here. Well, not that you were here, but you're watching. You wouldn't see that. Terry walked in, he walked up and down the lane, and he's going, I don't know anybody here. Way back, Terry Schroeder had, I'm not sure, I think at one point it was high in the state of Minnesota with 856. He had back in
Wow.
back in the
before 900s were a thing. Yeah. 889?
889.
Yeah. AMF Cobra.
Yeah, that was a good ball.
I remember that. Yeah. I'm gonna go put the spreadsheet together for match play quick. I'll let you take over.
too, because I'm gonna order something to eat. So we're gonna have the mic off a little bit so you don't hear all the background noise. We'll be back.
We better be nice to get the mics back on.
All right, we're back. We had to step away to get something to eat and drink. And, of course, then people were moving after the game was over. And a lot of these people don't know how to add up their score sheet and just carry over pins. And they're winning the matches. All these young guys are not sure what to do. So I had to help them out. And now we got the Twins game up on the screen. You can't see it at home as far as on these monitors, but we can. I get to watch Twins baseball and bowling.
Bale turned out really nice.
So we'll be able to see Eric Egan up on lane 20. Matt Payne walking in front of his lane over there because he's trying to think he carry that 4-pin. Andy Gruber is on 19 bowling against Eric Egan. Eric standing in front of the ball return already. Lofting left gutter. Needs to project it a little bit more, which he'll figure that out. Off to the left, see Dan Bach converting the 10-pin. Good to see Dan bowling again. Matt Payne almost whiffs that 4-pin. Eric skidding by that 3-6. So Eric did make that adjustment on the left lane. Maybe he can get in a little bit deeper. Didn't have to stand in front of the ball return, but he got that one projected down the lane easy enough at a 2-4-5. Tanner Tinda off to the right just chopped a 3-6 off the 10. Up over on lane 18 is Austin York. You'll see that ball going down the lane. Qualified third, I believe, today. I think he likes that Black Widow Ghost that he's using. Andy Gruber had a good day today. I know he had a couple of bad games. He snuck in there. Where was he snuck in there at 12th at +6. Finished 190. Well, he finished 190, 2020 to get to that. Cross lane spare. If you look at lane 20, that's Andy Gruber. Oh no, he's stuck or something and missed that left. Good to see CBA President Matt Payne up on lane 22. Started out with 9 spares. Opponent started out open. Not a good sign for the opponent, which is Tanner Tinda. Another 4-pin by Matt. A little bit high. He'll make that adjustment, but probably just thrown it harder. Ooh. You see that shot that over there, 19. That was Andy Gruber. Made sure he got that one down the lane. That he did. Those of you watching at home, the Twins are down 1-0 already. curious on the Matt Payne here. You see him up on lane 21. Left those 2 4-pins in first and second frame. I want to see what kind of adjustment. I can't quite tell if he moved left with his feet or not. That was right about 16 or 17 at the arrows, and it could have been a little harder. I don't know, but that was high, solid flush. Tanner got that one going to the right. There's an out of bounds. There's definitely not a bounds here. Get the ball outside that marker down there. It's going to be skating on down the lane. Saw Austin York over there, just come a little bit light, leaving at light 7. Watch Tanner here on the left lane. I mean, Eric is what I meant. A nice solid strike there for Eric. Solid 10 by Andy right there. I've talked about this before. 10 pin should be the easiest pin on the lane to pick up. All you do is take a spare ball, you focus on your target, whether it's third, fourth arrow, whatever it is. Throw right at it. You should never miss them, but yet we still do for some reason. And he kind of hooked by that one a little bit. He's not getting that ball, and that's maybe the trouble with no thumbers. Kind of hard maybe to get the ball straight down the lane. Over there on 22, Matt Payne going high for a 3-6. Dan Bach on 18, solid strike. 12-pin lead over Austin York in the fifth and fourth frame. Got Andy Gruber with 54 in the fourth, and Eric Egan 36 in the third of the strikeout, so that's virtually even there. Strike for Andy. Over here on 21-22. I'm assuming Matt Payne's going to pick up this spare. He'll have 59 in the third. He's up by 21 over Tanner.
Scores on their way.
What Jason meant by that is he's going to have the updated scores after the first match. We'll have here shortly. Have Eric Egan cross it over for a strike. Oh, that's going to be light. There's the issue. You got to get the ball down the lane. You can't swing it out down, get it down a little bit too far. You set outside that marker, you're going to be no man's land. And then next time you want to like let up a little bit, be a little nicer to it, and hooks early. Right now they're not conducive for high scores. As you see, Eric, solid strike, taking care of that for a turkey now. 2-8-10, virtually impossible to pick up. You just try to get 2 pins. Got to save that pin count. You just never know when the scores are low. Tanner coming back, gets the ball to the pocket. Doesn't hit, leaves the dead 10. That's an Austin York. You see that 5-count washout over on 17. Get that ball going right. A little too far. I would say they're touchy. Pair to pair was different. I noticed that a lot today too. Certain pairs, the ball would have a little more friction at the right spot. You get the ball hooked back to the pocket. Sometimes you maybe get one pair that a little tighter and it would hold pocket for a while. That's why scores got a little bit higher. Overall, though, they're fairly tough when it takes just 16 under to make a cut. That's pretty low, which is what we want. Gives everybody a chance. When you see the scores where it takes 200 over to make it, this is a strike fest. We don't like to have those anymore. JH Entertainment guy is here to upload the bottom line. Make that.
Now that's starting to really take shape.
Oh, it's looking good after 9 games. He can type really fast too, so he can do this. It'll take me a long time.
Dan Bach making a cut.
Dan Bach making a cut.
How about
He
that?
hasn't bowled for quite a while.
Right?
Oh, look at that. You didn't see that, but Eric Egan just packed one for a 4-bagger here on lane 20. Maybe you could see that. I'm seeing the screen that Jason's typing in all the scores, so I was looking. All I had to do was look up. Brady Stearns jumps in the lead by 10 over Chad Nelson after the first game of match play. We are only bowling 6 games of match play. We have 8 games of qualifying. Top 14 made the cut because we had 46 bowlers. We had extra casher, 15 people cashed, 2 bonus seniors and 1 bonus female casher. Then we bowl 6 more games of match play. Pins carry over. And no re-oil today. And the top 5 still bowl our step ladder finals.
Here we are.
Kind of lucky to draw a match play, which is what we like to have because we don't want to have to bowl 12 more games or 14 more games to bowl everybody.
I'd like to, but I didn't just get done with 8. So,
A good point.
yeah. I'd jump right. I'd tag in for anybody right now. Feeling fresh. Legs are good. Yeah.
If we could allow you to do that, maybe we could. Now you got to bowl to be an alternate of some sort.
We should have like the some kind of a grueling doubles format where one bowler qualifies and then the partner has the bowl match play if they make it. You know, so that one has to like do the grunt work up front, and then that's something we should brainstorm on
60 bowlers here, but only 30 are bowling
at a time.
Maybe every other game or something, so
Yeah.
they'll get kind of bowl. And then if they make the cut, they have to designate who's bowl,
Yeah,
which game.
or yeah, and every other game with the partner, and they got to take that game off and sit for that 10 minutes, and then they got to jump back in and go.
We're going to think about that.
Yeah, brainstorm a little something
I
there.
like it.
Whole different format of doubles.
You might have a whole different winners.
Yeah, look out, Mills and Heilman.
Right.
The whole organization's coming for you now. Shout out to Scott and Al. This spicy chicken sandwich is very good.
All right. I should have had it. Even though I have chicken tenders with buffalo sauce on the side, that's pretty good.
A chipotle aioli sauce on it.
Yeah.
With the coleslaw as well. It's good.
A lot of olives in that bread.
Yes, yes there are.
Greg Strike and Eric Egan representing Rochester, Minnesota. That's nice. And we got Dan Bach representing Owatonna. Chad Nelson representing, Chad Nelson, Owatonna, Dan Bach.
Out of Fleet. Yep.
We have Matt Payne, Richfield, Brady Stearns, St. Cloud area. William Jones, I believe, is Brooklyn Park or Champlin.
Yeah, up there, Anoka Champlin. Yep.
Eric Schott, you St. Paul.
St. Paul Park. Yep.
Ryan Swiderski, who I crossed with today, a young man in Minneapolis, I guess. Austin York is I can't remember
Plymouth
his
now.
right now.
Plymouth.
By way of Tennessee, by way of Michigan,
Right.
by way of looking for the locker guy.
Nice.
Yeah, he's been pretty good 5 months now. I might have to.
Oh, very cool. I had no idea.
Full time. Well, he is full time.
Tanner, he's Ham Lake.
Okay. And the group.
And he's like Minnetonka, I think area. I think he bowls country club a lot.
Oh yes.
So he's west side anyways.
And Cody Larson, he's down south.
Ham Lake as well, I think.
Oh, he's up north too.
I think so.
And there's a little missing down there. Oh.
St. Cloud. St. Cloud. Yep.
That came from Maple Grove and is 45 miles away. I'm almost close to the St. Cloud.
I came from Egan.
Oh.
It was pretty close.
Close compared to where you normally come
Where I would have.
from. Yeah. I was wondering actually, I was going to drive down this morning from St. Cloud or
No,
good move.
came down, played. I actually played a round of golf yesterday.
Wow.
Second round of the year only. I played a round in Vegas. But yeah, it was fun. And then I just drove down, and Stacy came down after work, and we just had dinner and hung out with our youngest daughter, Alex, and her husband. And yeah, it was nice to be down here. Nice short drive in the morning.
Yeah, really. So that was
Get this, yeah,
you only have the 4 cameras today. That's what I
I did.
thought. So we're only going to have 2 lanes.
Yep.
Back and forth. I know our championship game will be at 21, 22, so we're just going to use these 2 pairs.
Yep.
So we'll go left, right.
Yep.
Warm up your practice pair will be the end. 9 to 10, 23, 24, and they have some open.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when it looks to be pretty sunny and nice out. Maybe a little chilly. Yeah. What was chilly on the golf course yesterday?
Wanted to miss that single pin over 22.
No. No, 6-pin match. That's a costly mental error.
I see a lot of people using their strike ball, hooking at those left side spears. And an out shot will work. It's just fine on an out shot.
Nope.
The ball, you just know it's going to hold in the middle, it's going to hook it, whatever. Call that the system where you just let it go and let it hook. I think guys like Lumpy can still do that. He'll still probably throw it straighter and harder on those cross-lane spears on these sport type shots. I, on the other hand, like to use my spear ball, just go straight at it. I got a system where the 2 or 4 or 7 pin where I stand on the goal. And if I hit my target, I pick it up 90%.
I'm a firm believer, and those that I, work with, instruct, whatever. I teach that plastic all the time, whether it's a house pattern, whether it's a
Right.
sport pattern, right? Learn your numbers, learn your angles. They don't change based on the pattern where it will with your strike ball. So learn them, play them, do them all the time. It also leads to some more consistency, I think, just overall.
Also, sport or league shot, where I said you maybe wouldn't have to use the spare, but if you use works very well on that system you're talking about, whatever system they have. It saves energy. I mean, for you don't have to throw it as hard. You just stand here, you just gotta let it go off your hand, you save some energy for when you need that for a strike. And it doesn't matter, maybe for a game, we can get through that, but going 6, 7, 8 games, you want to save as much energy as possible.
Yep.
Especially as you get older.
Woo! Not your fault. Let's pop over there as long as they're the one on bowling still.
Exactly. You didn't really need that.
I went, yeah, walk lower than
But
right
he's
now
going to
than
win
what I
with
was at 80.
He's going to have 190
Yeah,
still, but
by
he's
10.
going to win that match.
So I didn't,
The match over 191, 182. Match 194, 175. 217, 169.
I
On the
had
end
two
here.
bad shots.
Not sure who that is there.
I think that's where I
Matt Payne snapping off that time after a lucky one. A little late. And had 190 out of it.
Now, had Tanner picked up that 7-pin,
Correct.
that would have been a pretty important strike in the first, right?
No,
Yeah.
that ain't good enough. No, left hand.
Have some more. I won't eat them all. I won't eat them all.
That's 189 for Matt. Right after he,
Wait a minute.
there's a light one.
Yeah.
It's
Did I
down the
mess
lane.
something
You
up?
let up a little bit and it just goes high. So it's really touchy. So we'll be moving now. We just have different players coming over to our pair. I did find out that 217 to 169 the young man, Ryan, had the 217 and he won against Eric Schaap. So that's going to push Ryan right up there. Like I said, I bowled with him all day today.
16 is lane 9 now, right?
Correct. 16 is 10.
16.
15 is 9. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very polite kid, isn't he?
Very.
Very
Yep.
polite.
Yep. I like that.
That was Ryan.
Yep.
Swiderski.
Yep. I like that.
If I need you, Davy Jones, I'll ask you to come up here.
I think I'm around the same area.
All right, off to the left of our screen, see that washout left by Tanner Tinda. That's just starting the next match. He's going to be bowling Austin York. That'll be on 19 and 20, and over on 21 through 2, we got William Jones against Andy Gruber. 23-24, we got Greg against Chad Nelson. Then off to the left on 17-18, we got Eric Egan and Cody Larson. See that shot up to the right? That was William Jones who went to the nose with his 3-6-10. That was my 8th game. I could not get the ball down the lane at all. That's why I had 150 some the last game. At 3-6-9-10, you saw Cody Larson leave. One of the toughest spares. Not the toughest, it's not a split. All right, Austin knocking the pin out of the channel. He picked up the 10 pin and knocked it out into the channel. I guess if he would have missed it, he wouldn't have done that. Coach Ahan is going to get that fixed, get somebody to get that out of there. We have a CBA rule, which is just like the PBA rule. If you knock a pin out into the channel, you have to take care of your own deadwood. The issue we have here is I didn't check, I talked to Jeff Walther about it. What we like to do is you re-rack them. First, you throw your ball down, get the pin out of there, and it should not add up the score. But I think here it does, and then when you add up the score, it's harder to backtrack that and erase it, and people don't know how to do that so much, so we just have the pin chaser go get it. Nice shot by Andy Gruber there on lane 21. Gives him spare strike. Because William Jones started out with a spare. Match over in 23-24. Greg Strike started out with a turkey. But Chad Nelson went strike 8. Tanner Tinda going for a double, or getting a double after opening the first frame. That's on 19 and 20 against Austin York. Another high one for William Jones. High flush strike for Austin right there. Solid 10 for Chad Nelson over on 23. I'm going to see if Austin York over here on 19 can get a strike now. He went high last time on this left lane. And you can just see where that ball, you can't quite see it on your screen, but about maybe 40 feet down the lane, it just started to pick up way too soon. And I believe that's the left lane, which was always hooking a little more than the right lane. People could certainly get in deeper on that left lane, so you're going to play deeper, so it's going to hook more. But it gets more drastic as the day goes on. Solid 7 for Andy going for a double. Tanner Tinda getting the ball out a little bit too far to the right. Skated by there. I had to go into the bar to steal a high chair so they could sit down in the standing. It was not good for my back. Stop by Andy there, and it could have been a turkey. We wouldn't leave that solid 7 on the right lane. I'm good, thanks. Jim Winter just stopped by. Said he'd be buying me a beer, but I'm still a half one left, so I turned that down. But I'll take a rain check on that, Jim. William Jones with a 4.9 over on 22. Chad Nelson to 4.6 on 24. Big split, 5-down split for Eric Egan over there in 17. Not a lot of striking going on right here. Except for Bailey Ober throwing strikes, and the Twins got out of that inning. So they're only down 1-0 after, I believe, that's the 4th inning. Austin York, he's up by 2 over Tanner Tinda. Just keep sparing, which he did. Throws a spare ball at it. I just talked about that being one of the easier pins, because you shoot at that the most. 3 or the 6. If you, that side, it's simple. Should never miss them. But yet I do.
What are you having?
Strike there for Austin York. Oh, we got the update. The crack staff here at CBA, Jason Hansen went through and got us all the scores. So here we are after second game of match play. Brady Stearns jumping up his lead over Eric
Stays
Egan.
right there.
Let's figure this out now. He would be with that 10 games, so he's 218 over. Eric Egan jumped in the second, 146. Matt Payne, 146 over. Greg Strike, 126. Dan Bach, 116. Chad Nelson shooting 170, losing, down to 111 over. Then we got Eric Schott, Ryan Swiderski, who got 217, won one of the matches. He's up to 98 over. Then it's Austin York, Bo Rivera, William Jones, Andy Gruber, Cody Larson, and Tanner Tinda round out our top 14. Brian Sloan commenting, tell me to have a beer for him. I'll have to accommodate him.
I had the pleasure of seeing Brian in Vegas.
Is that a pleasure?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay.
I hadn't seen him for a long time. Good to see him.
I had the pleasure of seeing him yesterday at the MSC.
Oh,
I think I could fall out of bed and bowl, which he did. And he made the cut, or he made the step ladder using a gem. You know, lefties, they can use that strong
that
ball
ball's
top.
a gem.
It's a gem. I have one, but I'm not sure I like it or not yet.
I do. Keep that Zen Soul on your radar.
I like the Zen and the Zen Master, so I think I'll like
The Zen Soul is what the Master should have been. I think, yeah. Really good ball.
I'm not sure if I'm going to wait. Why would I want to wait?
Yeah, that's silly.
Yeah, I'd be silly.
Comes out in like a week.
Tom Jones used it last Thursday night for 6 games at 15.25. Something like that.
Yeah, I had a bad that Times Nahan tournament
Right.
in Southway. I had a really bad first night of match play. I had bowled well enough to make the cut. Bad first night of match play. drilled that Zen Master, a little different attitude, and that ball, and well, I made it run as much as you could when you're 400 out, you know.
You use Zen Master or the Zen Soul?
The Zen Master, or Zen Soul, I mean.
Zen Soul,
Yeah,
yeah.
Zen Soul.
Let me ask you this. Why don't the bowling balls just come out for everybody at the same time?
Well, it's a good question.
I know. I'm just
Yeah.
kind of wondering that. Why can some people use them?
Well, I
Can't?
would assume, I mean, obviously staffers influence sales,
Okay, yep.
right? So, of course, to be on staff, typically, it's a pro shop person, or
Correct.
it is a really, really good bowler that also probably has, for the most part, not always, a good attitude.
Correct.
I mean, the manufacturers like to see good people, you know, right, representing their
Well,
products.
absolutely. If you can have somebody representing you, you want to have it be a good person.
You bet. But a lot of times, the most common staffer is definitely a pro shop person that influences sales a lot.
I was like, how does that check?
I can only assume they've done some research to see about like how much sales go up when somebody gets a ball in advance, drills it, throws it, has some success, or brags it up more. Look what I did with
Right.
it. Look what I did. As opposed to if you just let everybody get it on the same date. I guess anticipation, right? It probably builds some anticipation for the release. They see somebody, they see them score with it. Oh, I got to have that. And now I can't wait to buy it.
That's a good point.
I don't know if that's what it is, but that's about the only reason I can think of is there's got to be some marketing formula that they've figured out
Well, you're
that
right.
it increases sales.
Otherwise, how would anybody know it's good? If somebody doesn't get it at a cheaper price, free whatever,
To test it.
to test it out, and if it's not any good, they're not really going to sell any. But I guess if somebody shoots well with it, yeah, then it's a good ball. But you know, I always say they're all good, depending on where you bowl and
They really
how
are.
how you drill them, surface you have on them. You're bowling a house shot, you're bowling a sport league, you're bowling a tournament in game 8 and whatever it is. You got to get it. Whatever, they're all really good. Just that there's a good place for every ball. As we watched Austin York leave a solid 9 there.
If you're smart enough to put the ball into play on the condition that it is designed for, plays well for you, et cetera, all balls are good.
Correct. Austin, the $1 million 9-pin, which I say the 10 pins is easy, the 9-pin is the easiest pin on the lane. Why we call it the $1 million 9-pin. Brad Subeck, the one who said that years ago. What pin would you shoot at for $1 million if you didn't have any idea what the lane was? And invariably, when somebody misses a single pin, first thing should have a strike, should have been a double. He doesn't, it misses a single pin. The
Right.
next one is just kind of maybe not total focus, because you're.
Usually not the best effort.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. It wouldn't have been a double. Yeah, it would have been a double if you would have secured it. Yes.
Which would have put a different mindset on that shot, which could have been a 3-bagger.
Correct.
I mean, that's
Yes.
the focus and the mental part of it. So huge.
It's really huge.
I can tell you, so I had a really good team event up until the very end of team event. And I was clean going into what was the 28th frame.
Right.
Actually, the 29th frame, sorry.
Yeah, 9th frame, last game.
And I leave a 7-10. And it wasn't the greatest shot. It certainly could have just left one,
Yes.
not both.
Right.
But I still could punch out for like 660, 650 something. And I'm so fried over the 710 and it costing me 30 clean and it costing our team momentum. I mean, we had a chance to run again at first, second year in a row that going in that third game. We still have a chance. We've got a conceivable shot.
Yeah, I know it.
And of course that just cuts it. That split hurts.
Yep.
And I split the 10. And it goes from just one open to 2, and you lose 30 pins off your total
Yep.
series, and that mental focus when something like that happens takes you out of consecutive shots after, and that's what makes the pros as good as they are. Typically, is that ability to.
Forget about it. You're done with that frame. You can't do anything about that one.
I was watching Kyle Troop during the playoffs here, and when he was against Tommy Jones
Yes.
in the finals, and there's a shot that he carried that he like really kind of needed, and he got amped. And you know Kyle's move, go for the pick,
Right, yeah.
pick the hair, that's his
Yeah.
thing. And he reaches for it
And stop.
and stops.
I noticed
and he
that
went
same
like
thing.
this, you know, and he kind
Calm
of, people at
himself
home can't
down.
see it, but he's like pushing his hands down, like slow down, so, and he reeled it back in because he wasn't done with the 10th frame yet, right?
Right.
His way of making sure the adrenaline didn't flow too much to affect the next shot, right?
Exactly.
And the adrenaline works both ways. You get fueled when you get PO'd too, you know?
Yep. John East, we all know, CBA Hall of Famer, and who, by the way, shot 300 and 760 in singles.
What a great story.
What a very good story for the stuff that John has gone through.
Right?
Years ago, and he's been my teammate since the 90s, since 1990. We talk about CBA life, and he was always, back then we had the called crankers. We don't really have so-called crankers anymore. People back then like
Two-handers.
hooked the ball, two-handers, yeah, but we don't really call them crankers. They're just
No.
kind of high rev rate guys, whatever. Back then we just call them crankers, and somebody would do that. And you'd say you're blowing in a match, and especially getting the 10th frame, and the guy is up on a right lane to get the first one. You know, he needs a double to beat you or something, and then he gets a messenger, and he runs it out and slaps it out, and then all of a sudden he's so amped up, and the next
Right.
one is not anywhere near.
Yep.
And John always wanted to bowl against those guys and let them get all amped up and do that, knowing that they're not going to have a good second shot. Keep everything under control. If you ever watch John East bowl, he's always under control. And the Twins just wasted an opportunity with the bases loaded. There's a little ground ball and force out at home. So bases loaded, there's 2 outs now. 1-0, they're losing. Can't quite see the inning. I think it's the 5th inning. Maybe a 6th. My eyesight is not the best. Too far away.
I can't make out anything that it says on that screen.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm better than you then.
You are.
As far as eyesight.
Yep. And we can flip over here to
William Jones left that 9-pin.
almost a 4-9. That was-
Almost.
that
He
was
left
close.
the 4-9 earlier in the match. This thing is 2-0 on this. He's going to win the match,
Yep.
win the game.
Thanks, Jason. See ya.
Absolutely. See you, Stelly.
So we got Gary Sanchez up with the bases loaded. 2-0 count now. 2 outs. 6th inning. Down
Hey.
1-0.
I had no idea what you were talking about. And I was like, Gary Sanchez didn't bowl today.
No, he didn't. He's going to hit a grand slam. That's like striking out in the. That's almost like shooting 300. Grand slam.
Yes.
300. It's the ultimate. You can't get any more than a grand slam.
Oh!
Look at that. Did he get it? No.
No.
Off the end of the bat. Hard.
That looked really good.
It did from here.
Yep.
Twins have a hard time scoring runs at times, but yet they're like 7 games over 500, so which is really good. Oh,
I don't know if you saw that.
I did not. I was just handed the results of the Kegel at Southway Bowl.
Next thing you might want to see
Mixed
how you
bag.
mixed bag, yeah. Park stand.
Bag. What kind of bag?
I think they throw all kinds of different equipment.
I think so.
I think that's the play.
I know that's the play on it, but
Yeah, I know.
5 years from now, who's the mixed bag? Nobody knows who they
No.
are. Even now, you got to
No.
ask that question.
Huh?
They should have another locker guy team.
Yeah.
You know them. They were second. They didn't have as much handicap as that mixed bag team.
No, we needed. I was on that 5. We needed 132 more pins of handicap. Well, 33.
Exactly. Well, we had 45 pins, so we needed 100 more of them. Actually, if we would have had maybe 180 more pins, we might have won.
You would have, yeah, you would have made a big.
My
run.
average too high, I guess.
You got that one on.
Everything's on film. Well, no, we missed it.
You guys want another beer?
Oh, I saw the 810 that Chet Nelson left over on lane 23, but I didn't mention it. But being that he brought it up, I wanted to ask him, did he catch it all?
I got it all.
Yes, a Kona, please. So anyway, Mixed Bag won the Kegel tournament up at Southway Bowl. The Locker Guy 2 was second. Southway Bowl North Stars. See, now the North Stars. So now
See,
they
now
know
you know
who
who they are.
Eric Schott.
They
and his
just
crew.
switched sponsors, yet you still know
The North Stars.
who they are.
It's like the Lakers.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who we are because we happen to have that name. We were the Twin City Lakers, then we were Lynn's Lakers, now we're just the Lakers. So, and I told Eric that you got to know, you want
Yep.
people to look back and know who's on what team. And who-
Immediately know. Yep.
Yep. Then the Mixed Bag 2. Who's that again? Oh, that's
I don't
Clark.
know. Oh yeah.
Yeah. We got to talk to Jeff Walther. He'll know, give us a little bit more insight on why that name is. Clark's team should be called like Country Financial.
Yeah.
He worked there forever.
Right.
Yeah, who doesn't, right? Everybody.
Yeah, I have to talk to him about that. Gagey Trucking. Don't know them.
You missed the other locker guy.
Oh,
Look
the
at
Locker
that.
Guy won.
We did you proud twice
yes,
in the top
Locker Guy
5.
1 and 2. Oh, I like that. I missed that. How did I miss that?
I don't know.
I was just skipping over to see if you saw it. Yagi Trucking. Now, it's got to be a
That
local-
is Rochester.
Rochester.
You know William Nelson.
Yes.
Yep.
I know them because we crossed them at the state tournament and that we were right next to them. Melrose Bowl Black,
So that's the Schiffler, Bone.
Holy Crier,
Holy Crier, yep.
Holmes,
Yep.
all those guys. Larson Siding, my good buddy Tim, the
Tim Mayor of Rochester. So that was Al Houston's group. Phil Stelmaker, who just said goodbye to me. Yeah,
okay.
all those guys.
Speaking of Tim Mayer, I'm down in Fort Myers. My brother and I are down there watching the Twins play spring training game. We're actually at the Boston Red Sox Stadium. The Twins are playing Red Sox in a spring training game. Standing in line for a beer because it's about 95 degrees out, and the line for the beer was kind of long. And there was a guy in a shirt. I can't remember what it said on the shirt, but he's from Rochester. So he's just talking. We're in a long line or standing there waiting for a beer. And I know guys from Rochester. And he said he did this and that. And first I brought up Brian Sloan.
Yep.
Rob Down. He didn't know that if he wasn't a bowler. And I said, what about Tim Mayer? Oh, yeah, I know Tim. I don't remember the guy's name, but he goes, so he had to take a selfie with me and him together so he could send it to Tim Mayer and say, hey, look what I ran into down at Fort Myers. So.
This is Chad's sheet. Is this his first tournament? He's got X's everywhere. He has no idea what's going on.
Well, it's not his first term. He just doesn't know how to add or subtract or multiply, for example.
Well, I'm going to fine him.
Yeah, that works for me.
Well, he left that 810.
Thank you. Yes.
They were sitting in those spots.
Thank you. So to back, the Larson Siding was 8th in the team. Then it was Garden Center Lanes, and I'm not sure which Garden Center Lanes team that was.
That was one of the. Oh, you're right. I don't know. I think that's like the Clayton Rocky.
The
new
255 pins handicap?
Nope. Then it was
That
one
wasn't
of
them.
Charlie's teams that he sent up.
Yeah, okay, then a TNSX. Like Transport Express or something?
No. Trans Network System.
Okay.
Chris Hammerschmidt.
Okay.
Pat Power. Tim Warner. Those
Got it.
guys.
Oh yeah, then the Quicks at Garden
That's
Center.
the Rocky.
That's a, yeah.
Rocky
exactly.
Clayton.
They have 4 teams, I believe.
Yeah, 20 people went
Nice.
to
They
the
went to
USBC.
they bowled well.
Yeah.
Antonio Tejada
298 and 300.
and 300, and him and Chad Miller went 5th in double
Doubles.
1460.
Yeah. Keyhole 300.
Yeah. Or 299.
299. That's right. Yeah.
And then Jason Cragen, who didn't bowl very good today, but went 590 in team, and had like 740, 750 in double.
Yeah.
So
His minors were really good.
Why do they call it minors? I don't.
Oh, don't start. Stace, I hope you're not listening.
We don't call
Just-
it minors. We call
just-
it doubles and singles.
God, now you and I are going to disagree on something for the
It's not
first
a-
time ever.
It's not a minor event. It's still doubles. It's still a major event. Doubles and singles is more major.
The team is your major event.
But doubles is still major, and singles is still major.
Minors.
We call them doubles and singles.
Well, you-
That's what they are.
Stacy would totally agree with you.
Well, Stacy, I need your. Where are you? Come on, Stacy. I need your
I
back.
put a post out on Facebook early on in the kickoff, and I said, here's your, oh, I remember what it was. Spots are full that day in team, spots still available in minors. And everybody in the St. Cloud area asked Stacy, what in the are minors?
Yes.
Right? Other than underage drinkers.
Right. See?
And so I'm like, what do you mean? It's doubles. I said it's a term that's been around the bowling world since inception, like 100 years of this term. What do you mean you don't know what minors are? And now here you are going.
Yep.
Not so much that you don't know, but going, why
I don't
do you
like to
call it that?
I don't like to call it that because it's still a major event. You're bowling a tournament. It happens to be doubles. Did you call it CBA doubles a minor event?
No, but I would call because I'd call the team challenge the major.
The major event.
That's the major of the
But all
year.
singles are still major events.
Our majors are like the Masters, obviously.
Okay, that's a single
Right,
event.
right.
It's a major event.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Anyways,
So that was a quick set. Garden Center team to 11th.
I'm sorry I said minors.
I'm sorry you said it too because we got off track when we were talking. And then Corey's Beaches.
AOB. I don't know what the AOB stands
Okay.
for.
I don't know that either.
They're a country club team. Or no, that one came from Bogart's area, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. No, the country club team is right here, 16th. Yeah. So then the Lakers, 13th place. Then it was Southway Bull North Stars 14th, and the other Laker team was 15th. That team only had 3
Yep.
pins handicap. I
But-
must not have been on that team.
You got 2 cashers.
We got 2 cashers. Yeah, and then the country club 1 team. I believe Luke Volklander bowled with that team.
He did. Rob Ranciak.
I don't even know. They had a lot of handicaps.
Yeah.
They needed somebody to
But
bowl.
Luke was up there with him. Yeah.
Oh, then they got the poorhouse. Where's the poorhouse? Is that up in St. Cloud?
No, that's down here. That was Steve Frankie. It's like I think the poorhouse is like down in like Burnsville.
Okay,
or
so
something,
it's
isn't
not-
it? It's a bar.
There's a pour wine bar in Champlin and and Otsego. And that, which is really, I like one of those places. There are 2 of them. We like them a lot. But I don't think that's it. It's not called Poorhouse. It's the Pour Wine Bar.
Yeah.
They have a wine that they have called Hell Yeah. That's just
Oh.
their brand. We like the food's great. They got rum old fashioned. Aaron Novak coming in with a sweatshirt. No, a blanket.
You got a full moo.
Wow, yeah.
That is a full moo.
So I'm not sure where the last cash ended up.
It was
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys.
15 Oh, we were last cash at 15.
You
right.
snuck in 2
Oh, we don't need
cashers.
to talk about that anymore. So let's put that one down.
Sure, why you have a blanket that big?
Now let's talk about the Southway Bowl Kegel doubles and singles champions. And how does the team of Cryer and Bone get 15 pins handicap? What is it, 240 handicap?
220.
220?
80%. I'm assuming that's Bone probably
Well,
coming out of-
probably. I've seen
Norwood
Cryer.
Young America.
Yeah, Norwood Young America. 15 pins handicap. Anyway, they had 15, 13. Take the first place prize of $2,000. Is this Joel Ivey?
And Brian Crane.
Brian, is Joel Ivey, is he from like Glencoe or something?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
South
Yep.
Dakota.
No, he would because Crane's up like
Okay, I've
That-
known the Heidi's.
Watertown Mayor or
Yeah.
St. Bonnie. That's where he's in that area.
Heidi. But maybe it was spelled E-I-D. I don't know, but there's some
Or is it
Heidi
Justin?
brothers.
Is it Justin?
Yeah, I don't really know. Anyway, they were
remember.
second, 1467, with their 63 pins handicap. Then we had Joey Robillard and Chuck Vassar. Yeah, with their 36 pins handicap at 1460, they were third. Kurt Hickey, Bob Wolf, no handicap, 1446. Scott Paul, Tom Savoy, no handicap, 1442. They were fifth. Then it must be Kemper Brothers.
Yep.
Then Ashman and Workman, Schott and Lamux.
Yeah.
I mean Lemieux, but our wonderful president, Matt Payne, calls him Lamux.
Yeah, that was good Ben that day.
Good
That's
Ben?
what they say.
Not bad Ben?
Yeah. When he misses his first spare of the day, it's oh no, we got bad Ben today.
You're familiar with Jeff Clapp?
Yeah.
He used to bowl CBAs years ago, a lot of them, whatever, and it was either clap on or clap off.
That's funny.
And then we got Tyler Hayter and Jeff Walters snuck in. Yeah, so we're all the way down to like 40 casters. For,
Yeah.
That was a lot. Did I cash in there? Who did I bowl with? No, I didn't. I bowled with Gary Green. We had 1298. I'm going to blame that on Gary.
I will give a shout out to my son-in-law,
Okay.
Connor Hutton, with his 142 average.
All right.
making the top 19 in doubles, but he made the top 10 in singles at 10th.
All right.
And then he also cashed in like 18th or 19th in singles as well. So his very first bowling tournament ever. So it happens when you marry into a bowling
Hanson
family.
family.
You're going to have to start bowling.
Is his dad EF?
It is
Not EF, huh?
It is not EF.
Well, I didn't listen to it. You said. I'm going to jump now down to the other major event, singles here. It'll be the third major event.
Of the tournament.
No, a guy named Rob Clements couldn't bowl with us, who's been our sub forever and ever, and we didn't meet him. Sam bowled the first tournament a year and a half with us. So Rob said, okay, I'll just go bowl with somebody else.
Yeah.
And he only shot 818 scratch, 824 for the first place.
Only 800 in the tournament.
Only 800, and that guy is good. I've seen him shoot 300, 800 bowling with us. I had saw him shoot 300 on nationals with us. Great guy, great bowler. I don't know where he was today, but he's going to try to bowl more. For sure, I know next year, I think he's going to be 50 in like February
Yeah.
next year. So.
I've called him 50 for like 10 years,
Well,
so
exactly.
it's about time.
Yeah, about time. Brandon Hanson, lefty, who was our last caster day bowler. Brian Crane talked about him. He was third. Kyler Adams, don't know Kyler.
Kyler works for us up
Okay.
there. He's
All
a
right.
young kid from around the Hutchinson area.
Yeah, only got 21 hit handicap,
Yeah,
so he's
he-
up there in average.
Yes. Yeah, and he had that actually. He led singles for like a month of the 2-month tournament.
And John Furman,
Fergus Falls area.
Nick Hogan. Like Nick had a good national tournament too. Good young bowler. Zach Simino, Ron Bryan Mondragon.
Mondragon, I believe.
Mondragon.
Yeah.
I've got two first names.
Yeah, he does.
Why does he have two first names?
Not sure.
Thomas Cleveland, the young
Parents were confused.
Yeah. Thomas Cleveland, the young two-hander of the Cleveland family. I like the young man. Luke Volklander, speaking of Luke, 749 in singles. He only had 3 pins handicap. That's when he bowled at Country Club and averaged 218.
Yeah.
Something like that,
Yep.
right? Look at that. E.F.
There he
Hutton's
is.
younger son, Connor.
Yep. Tied Luke.
11th place in singles. Only 183 pins handicap. You taught him too much, see, not.
I know.
One year he can
Oh,
sandbag.
no, and I
Dave.
told him. I said, and he did good.
Yeah,
I said,
right.
look, because he shot his first 600 in league the last night of our mixed couples every other Sunday league.
Oh, okay.
Right? And I said, look, you should enter the tournament because he's a two-hander.
Okay.
I've worked with him, and we got him two-handed, you know. And I'm like, you're about to get like to that next plateau bit, so
Right.
you need to do this now.
Now,
Yeah,
correct.
if you want to
Yeah.
take advantage.
All right, so without reading everything, the load of cash was 673. I want to look at something. Clark Colzer got 24 pins handicap. Why does Clark Colzer need 24 pins handicap? See, now if I was his tournament director, I'd re-rate these guys to 0. Jason Hansen
I snuck
sneaking in
in.
there. Yeah, you didn't have any handicaps though.
No,
so
I
that's okay.
both scratch.
Yeah, you both scratch.
Yeah.
676. Oh, what did I have in there? I'm not even on the second sheet. Oh yeah, I am right there.
There you are.
98. What did I have? 665.
We were that close.
Oh, but yeah, you got $20. I ain't anything.
I'll give you 10.
All right. You heard it here, guy. You heard it. Okay, now we get to the last major event. The all events.
All events.
Find it here.
Give this an order.
The all events, which is your 9-game total. Brian Crane, man, we talked about that guy a lot.
Yeah. He had a good
2191 scratch.
Your CBA president was
Matt
close,
Payne.
and he led it for quite a while.
Yes, I remember we were up there and I saw that 2200 and I'm going, I've never had 2200 in my life. How am I going to beat him? Brian Mondragon. Mondragon. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I want to mess it up. Sorry if I did. But I like the name Mondragon. That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Eric Shaw, 4th place. 72 pins handicaps. The guy almost won a CBA last month. The average is
Masters
higher than
champion.
that in CBAs. I'm going to re-rate these guys.
Not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. No, the rules are the rules. We understand them.
Yeah, we
It's what they
follow.
are. I'm just giving everybody crap here. I just like to say that kind of stuff because I know these guys. And they're not Sam. We're not going out there to bowl on.
No.
It just that we're not bowling the house. If you don't bowl, let's say, if you don't want to bowl Vortex and Sunray and places like that, and don't want to average 230, which I understand. Could I do that, which I did, and I don't want to bowl anymore. Not that I'm worried about getting my average too high. I just don't want to bowl in a place like that. I'm not learning anything. So I bowl a classic bowl and average 220, low 220s, that's good enough. And I bowl at Flaherty's, which I'm 215.
Right.
I get to use 2 or 3 different bowling balls a night. I like that because it helps me in tournaments like this.
You bet.
Anyway, I'm not going to go through everybody there, but it took 2,000, even 2,000 to cash in all events. Where was Jason Hansen's name in the all
Well, I didn't make that.
Oh, look at there. What did I have? 1970. I just missed there. You know, if
You
I
might
would
have beat me. You had to.
Yeah, but I didn't make any money.
Well, me either.
Well, there you are. You had 1949.
What'd you have?
1973.
Well, you killed me.
Here, look at this. I didn't
killed
cash
me.
in doubles. I didn't cash in singles. Yet I almost cashed in all events. What did that tell you what my team events were? I don't know what it was, but evidently it was higher than my singles and doubles. So we talked about this, about 10-way splitting. on
Your
tournament.
major was good.
My major was good. My second and third major was not as good.
You struggled in minors.
And Donathan Brown was smirking over there. That's the last beer I'll buy you. Stick it up for me or not. Major minor. That guy is in the war.
Major minor was.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the CBA right here. There's some screaming going on down at the lower end of the house. I don't know what that was, but everybody's
I'll go
head
take
just
care
turned
of
to the left.
I gotta go get scores.
So Jason, go get some scores. But here, what we're doing right now, we have Chad Nelson going against Dan Bach right in front of us here on 21 and 22. It's not looking good for either one of them. 82 in the sixth for Chad, 85 in the fifth of the strikeout for Dan. And we had just kind of joked about Chad leaving an 8-10 on lane 23 to end the last game. So over here on 19 and 20, you see that 4-6-7 that's over there. That's Greg Strike. But he's coming off a four-bagger. He went double, split, four-bagger, split. So he's going to have 170 here in the eighth frame. Is well on his way to winning this match against Bo Rivera. He's got 106 in the sixth with a strikeout in the seventh. And over on 23-24, we got William Jones, 94 in the sixth, strikeout in the seventh. Going against Austin York, 106 in the sixth. Austin got a 13-pin lead there. And William striking, cut the lead to 3, going into the eighth frame for Austin. Here's Dan Bach on the right lane. I think I didn't think he got all of that one. I thought it would skid down the lane a little bit too far. Not sure what the ball that is, but shiny enough. Get through the head, still have enough back end. I think it's a double, just putting a little more pressure on the Chad. And then you see Bo Rivera with that solid 8 on the right lane there on lane 20. That could have got him possibly back in the match. It would have been a double. Takes the wind out of you too. But you still have to step back, pick up the spare. More important. Twins aren't looking good. The bases loaded. 1 out for Kansas City. They already have 2-0 over us. We got some frames. We got some innings to go. Dan Bach showing that he still has it. Funny, just overheard Dan Bach. Chad's been having a little bit of trouble. Dan was up and gets a strike, and he says, I was going to tell you earlier, but the match is still too close. Now they got a double. I'm going to tell you, this lane is doing this, and this lane is doing that. So even though you're good friends, you don't want to help your opponent out till it's over. Chad will probably strike out from here on. Okay, now we'll see what he does in the left lane. I don't know if he had any trouble on the right lane. Well, maybe he did, because he went, he went strike. No, wait, take it back. He went 7-2, 8 spare, 7-1. No, that was the left lane. I'm all messed up. Never mind me. Bo whipping the 4-pin. 154 in the ninth, all but just handing the match to Greg Strike. Greg, all he needs to do now, what he wants to do now is get as many pins as possible get up to that 230 if he could. Striking out, he can get to it, but it'd be nice if he did. Gain pins on the field. Chad comes back confused after he missed the head pin. I'm not sure what Dan Bach told him, but okay, now looking for the Twins. Right after they had a meeting on the mound, somebody clears the bases with a double, so it's 5-0. They're losing. Yanier Cano is the pitcher from Cuba. I think he's a 30-year-old, third or fourth time out. Pitcher for the Twins this year. I don't know enough about him. Don't know how good he is, but obviously he's good enough to be into the majors. He didn't look good on that inning. Oh, cave into 4-9 for Bach. Here's Greg Strike left lane. That frame trips out of 4-pin. He can strike here in the 220s. Plus the 30 bonus pins in the game, 50 pins. And he was fourth going in. That was actually a game. We're behind the game here, so we'll catch up as soon as Jason gets all the scores after this game. We'll get you updated. We're fifth arrow for Bach. And Messenger in front of the 10 pin. Greg not needing that, but gets 210. 40 pins on the field. $213 for Bach, winning that match handily. Looking over on the score, that 23-24. 178. Austin York 155 in the ninth. Needs a double to win that match. First one attempt, solid strike. That one didn't matter until you get this next one. We have an update after game 11, but they're almost done game 12, but that's okay. And another run scores for Kansas City, 6-0. Not looking good for the Twins this game. Rocco taking him out, bringing in Trevor McGill. I guess the guy's name. New pitcher for the Twins coming in too. And Austin York going high for a 4-pin, almost a 4-6, so he loses that game. Going into this game, Brady Stearns had just come up 250, increasing his lead by 145 pins over Matt Payne, and then Dan Bach with 160 behind, and it's Bo Uvero, who just lost that one, but he was right up there, and Chad Nelson was right up there, and he just got done going to shoot 150. Eric Egan, you can't see, he's way down the left end on the what he has. Greg Strike, who was 7th, only 25 pins out of ladder, just shot 210 and 1. Eric Schott, he's got a 4-pin over there, score. He's going to have 220, he's going to win. Brian Swiderski, a young man I bowled with, No, he was down in the ninth place. Let's see what happens there. William Jones, who won last match, won this one also. Austin York lost again. He hasn't won a match yet. Then it's Cody Larson, Andy Gruber, and Tanner Tinda round out the top 14. As Jason Hansen is entering in on the bottom line. You'll be able to see that, and then he'll be going to get scores again. We were just talking about the Southway Bowl Kegel tournament, so we got all wrapped up in that, which we had to make sure we covered. That's Kegel tournament used to be at the old Granite Bowl, and called that downtown St. Cloud way back then. Aptly named Granite Bowl because of the Granite City. One of the first tournaments that paid $15,000 first place team. There's a couple of them that paid that way back then.
Let's hope we can get back to that.
Really nice.
Five was a good start.
I like that, yes. I mean, we need more team double singles tournaments.
Yeah.
And St. Cloud is obviously centrally located, so it's not just right in the city. So you should be able to get the city bowlers and the ones that come from outstate,
That was the
especially
hope.
up northwest and stuff. So yeah.
Charlie and Alexandria and I had talked, and he told me some numbers that he used to have for his tournament, and he explained how he was positioned perfectly between Fargo and St. Cloud. So the people that would go to Bull Fargo usually would stop. People that would go to Bull St. Cloud would go a little further and go hit him, and he was the perfect middleman there. And obviously, it's advantageous for both of us to be successful in both of our events: his Granite City tournament or Garden Center tournament, and our Kegel. So, we had talked a lot about how many people used to make that and how positioned we are. He's only 2 hours, right?
Correct.
I mean, it's a one-day drive.
Yes.
You can go do it all in one day. We did, right? And come home.
We do.
You can stay overnight. You can make it 2 days, and you can multiple events, both of these tournaments, right? So hopefully we can create that I-94 corridor travel again, heading up a little bit north and west to hammer some tournaments.
Years ago, when we were younger, Fargo was a big tournament, like you said, also with St. Cloud and Alex. What we used to do, we would bowl, we'd go to Fargo on a Friday night, bowl a no-tap or something somewhere, bowl 12 games in Fargo at the bowler tournament, come back, bowl 12 games at Alexandria in that tournament. That was 24 games in those 2 days. You think I would try that again? No. One day, maybe, but not going to do that back-to-back.
Yeah.
Or sometime if we didn't go Fargo, maybe we would say we bowl Alex and St. Cloud, we'd get those two done on the weekend. Then we go to Fargo, and then maybe on our way back, we bowl like another team event Friday morning at Fargo, and then come to Alex, bowl another team event. So we'd have like 3 team events in each one of those places. So we used to bowl a lot.
Yeah. Well, there used to be a lot.
There used to be a lot.
To be able to bowl.
Right. And the money was so big.
Oh, that's why, I know the Kegel used to be 15. I'm just happy we have 5.
Yeah.
It was enough to draw, and we'll continue to go from there and that. But yeah, it's there aren't very many of those guaranteed prize, larger prize on top tournaments around there anymore.
No, and the entry fee is not outrageous.
Yeah, we were 40 an event.
Yeah,
that's not.
I don't even know what the I paid the money, write the check out of our Lakers and sign up. I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
10 of us, we get into all the optional stuff. That's 40 an event, not counting the scratchy guys.
Correct.
So it's kind of a big jackpot for scratch bowlers.
Yep.
So you don't have to pay that. It's like the CBA here, it costs you $100 to bowl.
Yeah.
You can spend up to $250 or whatever you want.
Oh, yeah.
Or more.
Chad writes a check typically for $275 every event. That's 10 sets of brackets in the first set and the second set, and that's everything else. That's
the eliminator.
It's not a max out because there could be more, but it's his max out every tournament. 10 brackets each set and everything else.
I'm at the $170. I do 5 brackets each set. The reason I do the brackets, I don't want people to do brackets, but they should. That helps pay for the CBA MJBT Baker doubles that we have. Mm-hmm. That's we need that. We need more people to play brackets. That's where the proceeds go. I get the eliminators. I don't get into bets till the end because first of all I have to get to the match play, and then I also don't get into Saturday qualifying or the optional qualifying. Because if I qualify, I'm usually not in the top 2, 3, or 4. I'm sneaking in there. But that's for people who have a better chance. You know, it's a
Yep.
bigger jackpot for them. It's perfect.
If you're watching at home and we're buffering, hopefully we'll come out of it again.
That square is red instead of green.
Yeah, it's not what we'd like to see. Well, I'll definitely give it a few minutes because last time we tried to switch, it didn't, and it looks like it's still at least playing.
It is playing. Are we just behind?
Yeah, there's always a delay.
Okay.
That's in case Payne is in the booth and we have to dump,
So, oh, we got a green square.
There we go, we're back.
We're back on. Couldn't hear us for a while. That's the beauty of wireless internet,
Yeah,
or even wired internet.
at times.
Not like last night. I didn't have any. Couldn't watch TV. Oh, we watched a movie. Like I mentioned,
Yeah,
Blazing
DVD,
Saddles.
yeah.
We had DVD. I got to pick any one of them. Baseball. I got The Natural. I got every baseball movie there is. I picked Blazing Saddles. The humor. Cleveland Little,
Yeah.
the appointed sheriff of Rock Ridge, comes up to the two guys dressed in the Ku Klux Klan outfit. Comes down the corner. Where are the white women at? Mel Brooks. Only Mel Brooks could come
Only
up with
Mel
stuff like
Brooks,
that
yeah.
and get away with all the
Yeah,
stuff that
yeah.
he did. I don't remember when that movie was out. Was it the late 70s, early 80s? Or?
It had to be like late 70s.
Yeah, it had to be because of what they talked about and
Yeah.
the language and Madeline Kahn.
Yeah, Young Frankenstein. That's another
Oh,
Mel Brooks one. That's
yes.
that's pretty good too.
Well, Madeline Kahn is in it, and
Yeah.
put the candle back. And then the guy, I forget his name right now, who had the humpback, and he's walking up the
Yeah,
steps.
Igor. Yeah.
Igor, and he talks to the guy and says, "Walk this way." Steven Tyler from Aerosmith wrote a song, "Walk This Way," because of that.
Yeah.
He had the big eyes.
Marty Feldman.
Marty Feldman, yeah, he had the big eyes. He
Yeah.
look at that camera.
I know my mom is watching, and she's a huge Mel Brooks fan. She texted me a while ago, so I know she's watching. But yeah, she had all those names before we named them. That's for sure.
Yeah, funny. He's back. We did notice the rack on 18. It was missing a 5-pin. Then I looked away, so I don't know if he racked it before he threw it, but I'm assuming he did. Keith Beck, I saw you at the State Hall of Fame banquet. Good to see you. You're, I can't remember where you said, Washington, Oregon, wherever you're staying now, whatever. I'm assuming you're doing some bowling out there. He tunes in, him and Dave Houston said, listen to our telecast
Really?
at one point. And he says to me, Dave Houston asked him, are those guys drinking? I said, no, but that's part of our deal. We want to be somewhat, I'll tell you what's going on, we want to have fun in the booth, and we have more fun the more couple of beers we have. Yeah, not I just like drinking beer, that's another thing.
It's still legal.
Yeah, it's still legal, as far as I know. Oh, that was the Golden Way crowd
Yeah.
over there for Brian, or Greg Strike over on lane 22.
I think the step ladder is going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be entertaining.
They're a little ugly.
Yes, they really are.
The pattern is shorter. Everybody in qualifying jumped left too fast. because they hooked.
I couldn't play out. I didn't of anybody. I couldn't
Yep.
get the ball down. So I was
Yep.
in fourth there to start. I
Yep.
moved back right after a while.
There you go. So Eric came up to me like 5 games in and goes, well, I started by moving left like 10 boards in game 1. And he goes, it's now game 5 and all I've done is move right.
Yes, exactly what
Yep.
happened.
Yep.
Yeah. I got lined up pretty good for a while there. Threw a couple bad shots a game where, maybe I might have struck on some of them, but where I didn't throw it the best and could have had a few more in that 5-game or 4-game stretch. And then I just got lost. All of a sudden it wasn't the same. I got to, I think it was 5 and 6. It was tighter than 1 and 2. I had a lot more friction, 3 hook on 1 and 2. And then I'm light, didn't move enough fast enough, then I'm high. And I finished 170, 150. Snuck out to senior cashier, but that's not what I wanted to do. I'm not here just for that. I wanted to make the cut, which I certainly could have. So it's disappointing the way I finished. Watching Brady take out that phase 4. He had 270 game 7 that jumped him right up there.
He said he brought her out in the sun, let it soften up a little bit more before he came back
All right.
in for match play.
All right, I like the thought of that. That's one way to do it.
Yeah. No surface adjustments,
No,
so
that's not a surface adjustment as far as by hand.
no.
Could you put it in the cooler or something too then?
Oh, I don't know.
You got a humidor, or are they gonna put it in where they put the baseballs down so they don't fly very far?
Right. Keep the moisture in them, keep them heavy.
Yep. Well, Twins got out of the inning finally after letting up 5 runs, down 6-0 going in the 7th inning.
That's just so easy to see. We just saw Brady, throw a good shot, get a break,
Yeah.
goes to the next lane. And again, just because there's so much hook up front, and now there's oil down lane, people are trying to either give it more angle or gas it a little bit in the front, and now it just doesn't finish down lane.
Exactly. Trevor Larnach, batting for the Twins, so evidently he's off the injured reserve. The IR list is
IL.
IL.
Yep, the injured list.
The injured list, yeah, not the injured.
You're not reserved anymore.
No, exactly. I knew there was a change. I forgot.
Yeah, you're just on a list.
Yeah. Did he get a hold of that one? No. Yeah, short left. I'm not sure who they sent out to get Trevor Larnach back up there, but I like Trevor.
Saw the result on 22 on the right of your
Sounded
screen.
loud.
Yeah, good shot by Greg there, and he's got
Strike by Greg Strike.
good strike by
What a
strike.
name for bowlers.
How could you not become a bowler?
Exactly. Yeah, his dad was a good bowler too. Bob Strike.
Was he? Okay.
From Rochester. You look at it, and you get like Stricky or something, but maybe it was that way, and they changed it because they started bowling.
Probably.
I got a high road right here.
There's no C in the strike.
No, see, that's what I was kind of wondering.
Another good shot.
Yes. He didn't bowl the MSC yesterday because he wanted to bowl here. Didn't think he could bowl back-to-back days because he's coming off of a wrist injury for a couple of years.
He is. He's been battling.
For a long time,
Yep,
I think.
yep. So he's 50. Yeah, that's
51
right.
or
He's
2,
older
I
than I
think.
am. That's right. I forget that.
I looked around today, being that Clark wasn't here. Jason, I was the oldest guy in the field.
Oh no.
And I'm going the way possibly of the soon of the Norm Duke. My diminishing skills in these young kids might be my time sooner to sit back and watch more, maybe just bowl a handful of them. I don't know, but I'm going to give it all I can this summer.
Yep. Yep.
See, these sports shots are getting a little bit too tough for a young guy. I mean, an older guy like me.
Young whippersnapper
Yeah.
like yourself.
Right.
Right.
But it's one of those things. I can't quit. It's in my blood.
Yep. I did step back this year. This was the first year that I didn't play any regular brackets at all at the USBC.
Oh, okay.
All I played was senior. That was it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep.
So yeah, I get it too, right? I mean, like, I certainly am starting to realize like I've got a much better chance there than I do there. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to do that.
I'm thinking of that, but then I can't quit, so I just keep doing it. We bracket-wise in our team, we still probably the only team that does brackets with all 10 and 10-way split.
Sure,
We
sure.
just, we put in 3 or 4 people each set here and there in all the major events,
Yeah.
including doubles and singles.
Oh. So you include minors in it.
Minors would be the like the BJ and stuff. That's a minor event.
The 40 frame game is a big minor
Those are all
event.
minor events, and the BTM, those are the minor events.
I call those satellite events.
Well, it's minor then. Nick Gordon with a triple off the wall in right center field. See if I can score a run here. I like Nick Gordon.
Well, there's a ball I was interested in, just based on the release, and I used to be on staff with Hammer. And I always liked our Black Widow line, and that core is such a good line. But Austin York here is right in front of us, and it looks like he's going to pull out the pink Black
Okay.
Widow urethane. So it's pearl urethane with that Black Widow gas mask core in
Okay.
it. But this is one I would have been interested to throw for sure if I was on staff still with them. And then they re-released the Hammer 3D offset.
Yeah, I saw people.
That's another one that I would have. I wouldn't have minded still being on staff to try that to see what it was like, you know.
Well, we'll see what he. So if he's going to go for that urethane, which means he's going to go outside.
Yeah. Well, and he's been trying to do it with that plastic. That's a DV8 gold glitter,
Oh,
I
that's
believe,
what
or
he's
is that,
using?
or it's a gold rhino. It's one of the two.
Okay.
And so it's either the weakest resin ball there is, or it's actually plastic.
Okay. So to get me up to date with what happened with the Twins after Nick Gordon gets that triple, I know there were 2 outs and we needed to score a run, and Jose Miranda grounds out again. And why that guy is still on the Twins team and not back down in the minors, I'll never know. He needs to get back and learn how to hit and whatever. So they're giving him all a chance in the world to make it. He's not doing it. All right, let's watch Austin York here. All eyes on lane 22. See what this ball does.
Big hook in urethane.
What you're saying is what I should do.
Just a little high. Big hook in your thing. We never said that back. The Black Hammer. The,
Right.
although we did in a way. Chris Harrison. I don't know if you don't know Chris Harrison. You maybe heard me talk about it. The first cranker that we had, his plan was always try to throw the ball in the gutter halfway down the lane and hook back to the pocket. This is in the short oil pattern and stuff that we had. Well, the amount of oil they put back in was way less than
Right.
what's used now.
Right.
And then they come up with the Austin. That's just kind of a half-assed shot.
Yeah.
Going through the motions right now. But anyway, so Chris used to hook the ball out. This was Black Hammers, and then we had the Blue Hammer, and then we had the red, the Wine U-Dot.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
U-Dot.
Yep.
At the time, I would have 4 bowling balls. I'd have the Wine U-Dot, dull and shiny, drilled one way, and one like an axis weighted dull and shiny.
What do you need us?
Tip pin, but I was just gonna say, can I just do that?
No, we'll set it.
Tip pin. Awesome, yeah.
Then we got a sub 10 pin on lane 21.
Right? Like, I know we know where it is. Like, come on. What's up, Josh? I gotta get a picture over there. Oh.
And I get back to we had straight drilling and axis weighted drilling. That's what I'm trying to remember. So I'd have 4 bowling balls, all Wine U-Dots.
Leverage and axis.
Okay, leverage
Yep,
and axis.
there you
That's
go.
what it was.
Yep,
And I
yep.
would have leverage and axis weight. I'd have a dull and shiny of each. Those are the 4 bowling balls I had. And then I had 4 blue hammers drilled in. But I got rid of the Wine U-Dots. We never really had more than 4 bowling balls. You'd have 2 of these heavy bags. They weren't Don Johnson totes even. They had this big round thing. Your shoes went underneath the metal rack. It was they had to carry it downstairs to Matey's Bowling Center. Or Apache Plaza. We call it Fair Lane Apache. You walk down the steps and you had to walk about a block You get to the lanes, there were 18 lanes on each side downstairs. Okay, this is game 5. We're just finishing game 5 here, which we'll be going into game 6 of match play, which is our position round game. And then after that, top 5 bowler step ladder. Solid strike by Matt Payne over there on 24. Brady Stearns not quite carrying a 7-pin there, but he's got that match well in hand. Austin York missing that 10-pin. Nope, he got that 10-pin. Doesn't want to get. I don't want him to get wore out. He's got to work. 226, Brady Stearns winning that match. No, picked up back. No, yeah, he is. We have 217 for Ryan Swiderski, and I'm not sure where Ryan was sitting, but I'm sure he could use this 200 game. That'll help him move up to where he is in the standings. Tripping out the 4-pin, nice. Not really tripping out the 4-9, a little bit high. Carry that 4-9 out of there. 17 is going to have it. He didn't win the match, but he still gained 17 pins. You can do it, Austin. Don't wear yourself out. You need to work tomorrow. You ain't calling in nowhere. You ain't calling in anywhere.
They work for you, I guess.
You got lockers to build, exactly.
What's the over-under I strike rate?
I'm giving you a 42% chance.
That's a little high.
Well, I think you're going to hit the head pin. That's why it's 42%.
I'm giving it 80%. Hit a tree.
Wow. You know, if you'd have thrown them out like that, you would have had more than 166. Greg Strike shooting 230, and I'm not sure where he was here. He's going to gain has 34 pins plus the 30 bonus. That's 64 pins. Going to jump right up there. That's after game 5. We'll see how we're going in to position. I might step away from the mic a little bit. What I am going to do. I know it's not very warm outside, but it's probably warmer outside than it is in here. There's a little bit of sun.